Yeah, so oh, yeah, Facebook, yeah. For every call you make, it takes a toll of you. So it takes a, because you have to render a whole lot on the page. So that means for just an action as small, as little as you have to reload the entire page. Now imagine if your page has several pictures. You know, it will have to compose that, which is already a whole lot, and users. So it's a whole lot of engineering because you keep getting traffic because of tiny things. And then the users too keep putting their data there just so you remove it, which is really not great. So I think the Facebook thing can no, okay, let's find a way to optimize this thing. Right, yeah, budget. So and actually it's company that are big as really sit and say, no, you use this thing, just sit and make research, give us something that can help us optimize our. So, so before then, I think Angular means, I don't know if you are heard of NBC, model view controller. So basically, view as the name implies is the HTML file, and then the controller is what handles the logic. So there was that theory too, and there was some implementation of that. So, React is way better than that form. And that MVC form was just for Angular 1, Angular JS. So let's not waste time now. Let's wait. Thinking in React, the imperative to imperative shifts. I was going to ask the question. Forgot that. So imperative programming is program imperative programming is programming that uses statements that change the program state. Straightforward. So you know how you manipulate your program with your basic but this change your style red to very good. But then there's the declarative program, which expresses the logic of the computation without describing its control flow. So it's like you've already declared the whole thing before running it, and it's you don't have to tell it this is how it moves. You only declare it that when this happens, do this. When that happens, trigger this. So this is a React component. It's nothing to fear. How many of us understand object-oriented programming? Okay, so we got okay, so that's something that all right, guys. Yeah, so co-op is actually the way to go. Yeah, so you might have to read up because the full implementation of React is right keywords like extend, like class, and constructor, and all those things. And the right so that when we start talking about them, won't sound like we're playing magic. Yeah, so React is a big object, and components is like, how do I put this? I don't want to go into OOP without explaining this. So imagine these old setting properties, right? Yeah. So imagine an object. You know how objects hold properties. Yeah. So imagine this property of the but then it's a class. So we are extending this, meaning button is inheriting from exactly. So because we want to be able to do things that a React component can have. So hence, we want to extend this. So state is like, remember when I said model view controller? State is like model of any React component. So state is that thing that holds data temporarily for you, for as long as you want it to, just so you could do certain things. So in this state now, you are holding a property called color, and it's currently red, right? And when this page renders, this is what it sees. It sees a button element, and the class name for the button element. Do you understand what this is? String. Okay, good. So this is a BTN class, but then you want to put the color, right? Like say button black, button red, button. But you want to be able to dynamically. Sorry, what's that sign between BTN and dollar sign? Yes, so do all this. Yeah. So when you put these separate visuals, right, you want to be able to mix strings and variables, not functions. Yeah. So this is referring to this here, right? So whatever this code is. Okay, thank you. So this holds this variable. So just see this as a variable, right? And you want to substitute it with this whenever this changes, this automatically changes. And then ideally, so class name here in Camel case is the normal class in HTML. But because we already have something called class, so they thought, okay, no, we have class. Let's not confuse ourselves. So let's make this class name. So from time to time, any HTML attribute that has two words, or two basically, is in turn written as camel case. Camel case is when you write next capital, following like that. So class name was invented because we don't want to confuse it with this. So this is just class, which is to select your element and style it. Who are they? So in fact, the apps uses the way you name the variable is starting on your own. You can start declaring your own things as after the JavaScript generally. And then there are best practices and the way people do things. It's just cool to write it the way it So there are certain things you might have to write when you start writing videos. You understand that better. It's just so you differentiate constant. There's always a use case for it. Yeah, so with English, this is readable. When you say on click, there's on click with normal HTML, although that's not how it is, that's just on click. Yeah, but here we have to differentiate. So on click, meaning that when you click this button, this should run. This is the function that's declared here. We are all familiar with ESS. So this is an ESS function that was declared here. So and this, the keyword this is referring to this entire block. So I'm saying this function that belongs to this block, which is here. So if I were to write a function here to say this, say undo close, and I want to refer to it inside my what I'm rendering. I'll have to say this dot undo close. So this is a way of binding the control, the logic, the data, and the view together, all in one big module called a component. Do you understand? So, as against what we had in Angular 1, and the likes, you would have to write your HTML in a separate file, write your JavaScript here in a separate file, and then hold your model in the other file, which is having too many files. Why not just do this way you can have all this here? Even here, you can write your CSS. There's such a thing called style. Okay.
Are you trying to say that while using React, you don't use HTML?
Okay, so in React, we call it JSX. JSX. Yeah. So before HTML series, we had XML. Right. So JSX is modeled after XML. Right. So it's not entirely HTML because you don't have this in HTML, right? You don't have this in HTML. This is like saying document.create element button, writing pure JavaScript to create an HTML element. But they thought in their mind, let's make it look like HTML so that people will write it. But then it's not entirely HTML. Because you can't be putting this in HTML. So that's what I'm saying. So you can't do this in HTML. Right? You can't, here I can run a function if I put them in between this stuff, this angle bracket. I can run a function here. I can say, you know what, if this thing is red, display this. If it's blue, display that. All inside my render function. But yes, no.
Yeah, so but when you use
So the essence, okay, so I should have said this earlier. So ideally, okay, so there's this thing called create reference. So it's like a template for you to start, a bootstrap template for you to start writing. So once you say MPX, create something, like you want to start a project, it downloads everything you need, then you start writing. So part of those things it will download that I will show you later is your index.html. So everything you are writing inside the React source code is being injected into a small div inside the major HTML. Sorry. Sorry? Okay, I'll come to that. So is the question, the two questions. Okay, so this is my code editor for a particular project. Is this okay, we'll get to that. Remember when I said create your data? To create your data is an abstract set of templates written by the actor and they are given to you to start your project. So this is what comes with creating data. Without I'll explain the different. So you can see there's an HTML. So this is what holds in that. So can you see this div called routes? So everything you are writing in the React is being injected into this div called routes. Right? So rather than say routes and create div here again and say app and you start writing. So React saying no. We will put everything. So can you see this? So you are getting the same way you select any element. The same get elements by ID, fixed roots. So you're saying put everything here. You're saying put everything here inside this div. That is what this right now. Do you understand? If you open this, if you open app, it will take you to where the app is being laid out. That's nothing. So if you open routes, it will take you to where routes is being, and so on, like that. Like so, it's like a full cascade. So no, this is what you write. You get, but this is what you wrote. No, I'm saying this is what you get to write. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. It's not, trust me. So let's go back to this slide. I didn't want us to jump here, but since you asked. an architecture.
Now, I used to say that we have this card because these are when people are so
So when you say no, so yes, the way we have, so notice like a controller in this case. Your model is like a data. So yes, you are still putting that. But as far as front end is concerned, using that architecture is fitting. That's what I'm trying to say. Not like yeah, front end exactly because yeah. So and if you notice the programming trend, you realize that over the years, front end have been scraping a part of back end to implement. Some point scrape some more like that. Now we're having serverless backend services. Means you don't have to write your own backend. No, it's not possible. It's not because backend engineers eventually gets to next system. So when I say serverless, I mean you don't have to rent server space. They are already available resources that you can subscribe to that helps you with serverless. Take for instance, you want to write an app that requires that does some user management. Like you want people to sign in into your account. There are several services out there that you can subscribe to that will take care of that. It will help you. It will give you. You will tell it what forms, what fields you want to collect in the form for sign up. It will help you send messages to those people that are signing up. Send that helps. You don't necessarily have to write that. It's been written already. So when I say serverless, that's what I mean. So let's continue. Exactly. So somebody asked if you could use HTML and React. So this is one of the points. Do not attempt manipulating the web. So apart from that small place that you saw, get elements, blah, 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 you really shouldn't be doing this. That's human. So there's this concept called virtual that React writes on. So what React does is, this is the real DOM, right? So React creates a copy of this. It creates a copy of it. And once your app runs, and it notices that it changed, oh, this person has confirmed this friend request. You get the virtual DOM gets updated. So there's a comparison. It checks the real DOM and compares it to the virtual DOM. Did anything change? You get? Did anything change? Oh yeah, this changed. Let's change this. From now update. So without yes, but
we are right now.
Yeah, but ultimately, exactly. Ultimately, it's going back to the real job. But then, what you are doing first gets completed. What does React? It's the ability. So it's just this is just a bunch of code that have been written to make our lives easier. Imagine how you would write Facebook without React. I mean, it must have been edits. You have to write different views for different companies. You have to write the view for profile, the view for the timeline. Yes, so we call so most apps we call them SPAs, single page application, because it's just one single page that we need a whole lot on this. All these Jumia, the single page application. It takes away this, you click order, the other finishes, dispatches the same page. Yeah. Yes, on that same page. So, and then it gets better because we still have things called progressive web applications. I don't know if you heard about them. PWAs. That even saves your data inside your browser. That way, when you don't have internet, you still get it. Yes, yes, they leverage on PWA. So that's the whole point. I don't know if you've noticed there's this game on Chrome. That's how another thing PWA gives you. So guys, another thing PWA gives you is so another thing PWA gives you is an icon for your phone or your laptop for easy access. So say you don't have money to develop a mobile app and you still want people to have access to the application. But then you don't want them to go through that stress of going into a browser, type out speed of it whips out. It's not like for you, but just like an app. Yeah. Once you tap it, you know the browser. Yeah. And so it's innovative. So these are things we get to achieve. So let's continue. Componentization. Somebody said this earlier as part of the management of that. I think was it? So this is when you break your software into smaller, easy, identifiable pieces that have well-defined. So take for example, okay, let me speak plain English. So, like I said, you have a whole page on Facebook. You have your home, you have your profile, you have events, you have, and so on and so forth. So, this helps you to break them down into the simplest form. Your profile, inside that profile, the profile header, picture, one other big picture like that, and then your name, and then that button to have friends. You get so you can have that in a component. And the reason for using components is to be able to complete it. So imagine that small button, because you want to use that button elsewhere, and you don't want to go and rewrite it. In programming you have this GRY principle, don't repeat yourself. There's no point. When you've written something here, you don't want to write it here, it doesn't make sense. Just write it somewhere and call it. That's the whole idea of organization. So as you can see here, I have something called form. So this is like a basic form I've written. Basic form. No, wait. Not see what is this? So this is a basic form with its own what's it called? With its own. So look at this. There's something called text input. It's also another component. Yes. This something called alert is also another component. If I open it, see, this is a component, and this one still have more components. Definitely. It's kind of, so it's all they are all nested components, side components that. So that way your code gets readable. So in the end, you just put them under the render. Yes. Just put them. So I showed you how earlier. Don't get overwhelmed. Just flow with it. So in this app, you can see there's something called route. As you can see here, there's something called sign in. This is readable. This literally means right. So it's like a container. So this is a big container. This toast container is that thing that brings alert when you do something. You just added a friend, tells you you and XYZ are now friends. So this is not sitting on that door, just pops up. Now, this is a side menu, which is on the side.
Right, that one close to
Yeah. That's a millisecond. So side menu is here, and then pop out. Yeah. So auto close is what we call a property. Like I said, property. It basically takes the number of seconds, the amount of seconds you want. So it's getting readable to you now, right? So at side menu, there's a prop called is full view. So this is basically asking us, is this full view? Yeah. Meaning that this is Boolean. Do you understand? This is true, of course.
So you go.
It closes. It's just normal. There's this toggle thing that brings out your entire thing or brings it back, especially on the back. So it's looking readable now, right? So that's so if it's not no, so side menu has a whole lot of that you have to put. Like this location. Location is like what's on the window browser. I need to know. So side menu, these are things that side menu needs to render well. Basically, and they're all keynames. Not like they are keynames, they are variables. Variable key. You see? This is what we call destructuring. So I'm picking this from my state. You get this is my state. So currently full width is what? Now, can you see this? Can you see this function? I wrote here. So I am basically saying when this thing is run this function, and inside this function, I'm saying this full width should be equated to the opposite of the first previous state. You see, it's readable. It's logic. It's plain logic. If you look at it, wow. At the end of the day, it's all English. That's the beauty of it. And the more you write, the more you get used to it. Sometimes when they tell you this, you're already picturing what it should be like. So, as you all know today, software architecture is like when they say they want to build, especially one that interacts with users. First thing they will say is go and call the designer, right? And give you more focus. And then you as front-end developers, they give you the design and you're like, wow, yeah, get this job. And then you start writing job scripts. So, but back in the days, and when I say back in the days, I'm saying 3-4 years ago, it wasn't like that. Or we in Nigeria have not really gotten used to that style. It's those people that have gone to the abroad, seen the concept. Oh, you know what? Let's have designers. Let's have developers. Even to date, there are companies that rely on developers from the design. Yeah, of course. I do. No. Yeah, we have yeah, so we have a team, like, and then teams of program managers, QAs, people to test, manager team. Anyways, that's the old idea. So definitely your QA will come and say, okay, you know what, waiting your app, I need to test it before we put it to the market. let me test your alarms. Do something that should give me should the alarm. Give me very good. Just normal process. So, anyways, what I was saying earlier, back in those days, we didn't have the designers. Sometimes you might have to come, even at the which our product managers will come and say, "What are this thing? Can you get it?" That means there's no time for designers or design. If you don't want to make your business suffer, it's when you have time that you do not design. So you have to, so even as developers, for the next step, you should have a way of picturing it. So somebody comes to you and says, you need an app and you want it to be, you already know that okay, this app, I need to be able to click on home. And it should take me to the home page, landing page. I need to be able to click on user profile. And it should take me to where the user page. Basic stuff. Right? So when you start getting that, the concept of componentization comes into place. It helps you to conceptualize what you're trying to build into different components. You already know how we break things down into things. When you look at the look at this. Sorry, I'm using that. I like it. So as you can see, this is a big right. And then there's this side. You already know this is a moment. This is an action. That's what the structure. Yeah. And then at the end of the day, put everything inside one that gets injected inside the food. Does it make sense? Okay, so yeah, I was going to get there. So React router is a very good library, complex environment that helps us handle routing in between. So you know how you use your A tag, the number tag, you create your number tag, and then when you click on it, you know you put a the address to that map or an ID inside the request. But then, because we want to achieve this, we don't want dollars and local. So some people sat down and wrote on using a tag. So in your React, like I said, you don't use it yet. Use it yet. There's nothing like a tag. You can use it, but you know you are not using. You are using it. It will work, but then it's not standard way. They are not that's why I said thinking in that way. Yes. So that's it. If I put class, I don't put class. You see a one on my common cross. What's the address of me? I like that person. So everything you know in HTML is being used the exact same way. The same way you structure everything can exactly. So don't think your knowledge of HTML says it. No, it's not. Only that React leverages more on your JavaScript knowledge. But then, and not this thing that Exactly. Yeah. Till today, leverages on the popular, yeah, but people still lean towards that. Like a big company like Netflix. But yes, some of them. So very soon, see, there was an age where Jeffrey, I learned Jeffrey, we wrote Jeffrey. But guess what? Today, jQuery is being used in other places, not for manipulation. What are they? Oh, so this is a front-end application, but then there's something called server-side render application. So manipulations inside there, if I don't want to use JavaScript, it really helps you write lesser lines of code. So jQuery is still pretty relevant, just not for major UI stuff. And I mean, PHP is not there. PHP is not there. That's confusing. And so it's your choice. It's what you are doing. If you bring up an application, you know that we found this application, you are confident that you can do it as long as you work. We have this slogan that work. Yes, don't touch it. If you touch it, I got, let me tell you a short story. I got employed as a React developer, but my first project in data switch was another one. I have never written my life. But about so in my head, I'm like, so all I told my manager was, because business people would come and say, they will speak with your line manager, like, oh, we need this thing done, we need to add this out. All right. So the major front-end thing in my team was on leave. It wasn't even in Nigeria, so it's phone. Yes, vacation. So somewhere vacation. So I was just there chilling. Then they go with their new passport. So I was like, yeah. So my manager just came and said, so people came to him and we have this open office community. Everybody sits on the desk, whether you're a big manager, you won't even know the difference. We all sit, we use the same kind of laptop. So the business people came to my manager, we started explaining the problem. And we're like, oh, that's the UI. Our UI guy is not around, maybe like that. And then my project manager, so we have project managers in the industry. Just oh yeah, there's one guy here. Let me call him. I didn't know that. Let's call him. What's going on? I know when people need your help. So imagine me in t-shirts and jeans, sneakers. I even had a big camp. People in suits came to me and started telling me, so there's this app that we use in bank. Okay. No, so it's nothing about me wanting to say no. I feel myself that they needed me, right? You know that like I'm really bad. Even though I'm so they sat me down, they see me to explain everything, showed me the UI, looking at the love. So we just need you to change this from this to that. Said, I asked them, how long can you, how was the duration? It was a Thursday. I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me just from our staff. So I went to the class, and when I saw the code, I just went to the seminar and it starts. So know, when you put from your food bill, I had to do NPM install. You have to install all the things. I've done that. NPM stuff. I don't the way. I don't have a back of experience. Like, what? What is this? As I begin the error, and I was about to start with because I didn't understand. So I just waited for it to then immediately said to go to my account. Yes, so don't do it on it. And then I checked my also the name. I have to start doing it. Open it. This is familiar with Angular app. So it wasn't just Angular, it was Angular 1, the first version of Angular. Even other versions have different implementations, but that one, so they said it's 11. When was it? Wow, this was 2018. You can imagine 2018. As a 2018. I'm back on now. Okay, good. So the following Monday, they came to me and asked me if I got a software. And I told them, yeah. They all passed. Yeah. Okay. So So all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, it's all JavaScript, right? Even though it's Angular, but then it was written with JavaScript. So today I don't discriminate. I don't say, oh, what a software developer, software engineer, like very little things. But today I write data I turn on services, kill pods, I'm not supposed to do DevOps things. But I pick them up because you have to be able to act things. You can't just say, oh, it's React, oh, I can write. You wake up one morning and you discover there's a new framework in town. React is completely obsolete. Even React has evolved almost 16 times, around 16 point something. Yes, the people that wrote React themselves will tell you something has deprecated. Now we use this. So when you said class-based earlier, you remember it was, yeah, because the phase of writing classes is gone already, or is almost gone. Now we do things the functional way. We call them functional. So we don't want to write fully an object-oriented programming language. It's a script, it's compiled, it's like, sure you get. So we write functional functional components now, not necessarily class, but yes, it's backward compatible. So you can still write your class. You can still hold your states. Now we use what we call hooks. Hooks. We call it use if. So if you need to set something in the state, you just say use state, and then you declare what you don't. With nobody just that's to show you that evolution is constant. As a software developer, as any you just have to keep moving, keep rolling what we have in vogue. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so even those dependencies you used to use with we have material UI, we have semantic UI, we have material design, ant design, different styled components that have been written already. You just slam them. Is a place that stores all your dependencies for you. So if you need to download Bootstrap or anything, rather than go into your, that header tag and say link to something, you can just do npm install. So CDN is like you're using an hosted version, like you are pointing to where it is hosted. But when you do npm install, you are putting it. You can download Bootstrap and put in a folder, and then you referencing the folder. Exactly when you do npm. Yeah. So yeah, it is. React Native. Okay, React and React Native. So React is the concept, is the technology that helps us do. Now React Native is like U Can they hear me now? Okay. I guess my internet is off. My modem. Okay, so we have to and then just for 100 keys.
So you just for mobile, right?
They are normal. They are normal. React.
This is just like
Exactly. So it's not like native. There's something called native. That no. There are things that are written that interprets what you are written. React. Now for React, we don't use G's and body and all those things. It has its own for React native. It has its own custom. So is it like using the okay, good. So Cordova now. Cordova is like writing the Bible. The way you write it. Cordova Cordova is like it's creating the meaning of then launching inside that. Is it like this? I don't know but then that's what all it's the form of web view as an app, but then it's not the app. It's not a native app. The native app can match with your phones and set up and and enter Google Maps, integrate it with this, and touch your laptop, and then take your contact. Does that mean every React program? No, not every React program. Because there's a different syntax. So there's a different syntax for React native. And when I say syntax, I mean the view. Let's just oh no, don't ask me that. No, let's not go into all that yet. Yes. Okay, so so this is React native. Now, as you can see, this is a function, right? But this is not div. Because this is not div. This is not inter or something. So they have their own So this is why I'm saying that is own syntax. As you can see, all this text, this is like P tag in your normal. So they are bringing this from inside the moving code. We are importing so we can.
So from what you are saying, so what we are going to write so that that's something like a compiler.
Compiling to Unity.
Okay, so there is nothing like after then we are
No, we're not doing that. Yeah, you are just running the command code, you have to run and
okay. But you see the React
and then there's the iOS. What?
I see React
And so when I say syntax, I mean it has its own custom components.
Yeah, you have to use it.
You have to use this for you to write.
So that means anybody that knows React can use that.
Thank you. That's it. That's the full. So the same way you are doing your state, I can do the set state, I can do other things here. You get my point? If I were using class, this is a functional component. You know, I said this is where we are. So, but I could also write class and do extend component, you know, do some giveaway. But then for your view, which is very important, you have to use these things that are working from. And React. Oh, okay, so
means is there a difference?
okay, so React Native is like a module that you use, a module, a tool you use to write mobile apps the React way. Yeah. But hooks are a bunch of helper functions or helper things we use, helper tools that we use to write the latest form of React. When I said we use functional components now, inside this functional component, you can't write state because it is not an object. You get this is a function. Everything you write here has to be declared. You get my point? Everything you write here has to be declared. In fact, if I were to write class, I'd have to write render, open the render, then write return before I start putting all this video. But if I were to use all those things called set state and state and everything, I have to use things called hooks. Do you get? So it's like I'm hooking this functionality to this functional component. Do you understand? So hooks are not. It's not like it's something you are using to write. We have to use hooks in React Native, and you use hooks in React, but it's like a new way of writing React. Yes, not like trying to write classes, actually. Trying to use the things we enjoy writing class inside function. That's what hooks does. Let me show you. Let's see if we can get. Can they still see my screen? Like how many minutes is it because okay, so can say this. So another thing I want you to take note of is reading. Very, very good. So yeah, documentations can be very good. I know. But eventually, if you sit down, it is still English. But people just see them as a bunch of text. Since we don't read, how many of you read terms and conditions before installing the software? Really? Yeah, because you need it to install. I mean, all those just go down. Yeah, that was why I went to cancel all the stuff. Remove them, some are recorded, all these I didn't do that. Anyways, let's come on. So as you can see, it's saying hooks are a new addition to React 16.8. I told you it's like the latest way of writing. They let you use states and other React features without writing. You see, this is not. I don't want to understand how this is complicated. No, not like. I mean, from what you said, like said, documentations are confusing, but I don't think this is confusing. I've already mentioned this, sorry. But then if I hadn't, reading this, you still get to understand what it's saying. So simply put, hooks are just those things that you need to achieve what you could do with class components inside the function. So they are backward compatible. So you can use them in old versions of this page, blah 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 blah. I use value of this. If you read this motivation, you understand why they implemented. See, they are human beings because they're just trying to improve things, make things. So they are human beings like us. They are just trying to improve on what they have written already, especially when it's body. So this is the state code.
So why don't we have this kind of technology for just compiling Angular to React like that?
Thank you. That is something you can probably enjoy. No, it's possible. It's possible. See. So in programming, there's something we call
This process would be unending. Like, imagine we have to go back 20 years ago now.
I'll give you an out. One hour. So just yesterday, because I was doing a meeting today, somebody brought a problem. It's an older, but it's because of legacy. I've been written since the. So somebody brought one legacy out and said, no, this terms and conditions, we want our users to be able to click and then record in our dividend. They click to so that when you do something and you get debited, and say you didn't tell me before. So when you enter the app, you want a dialog box to come and say you are about to start XYZ transaction. Click I agree to our privacy and this terms and stuff. Yeah, because before it was just a small pop-up that people just dismiss. But we want to be able to make sure that when you log in and you see that once you click, we record it and you click it. They came to okay, since it's a UI thing, give me the code. Lo and behold, JSP. So it's how the right front end with Java. Java pages. So it was JSP. Then I'm like, wow, JSP. What do you mean? Okay, let's go into the part where we wrote this thing. Let's see. Well, because our browsers are incapable of reading Java, somehow it has to be compiled into the normal HTML CSS. So at some point, they must have written HTML. So when I got into the code, I realized for that particular section, we're using jQuery. No, so it's not like, okay, so I don't say and I know jQuery, but I have worked with jQuery. And when I saw it, I recognized it like, yeah. So even though I couldn't figure out how to do the implementation I want to create, all I had to do is how to build a model in jQuery. And I got results. And I checked them, I saw results. Yeah, and I saw results and I just copied it, tweaked it into what I wanted. Tested it and it works. Do you get? So somebody can come tomorrow and say he wants to write an implementation that converts jQuery to React. Yes, you can do it. See, nothing is impossible. So if you say you want to write an app that allows people to convert Angular to React, yes, somebody wrote Babel that compiles your to ES5. So, and before we also have SAS, right? SCSS that compiles back to normal CSS. But now, inside normal CSS, we write variables, do calculations, write meetings. These were things we used to do in SCSS. Also, we would write programming stylings and all that. I'm telling you, it's possible. This is what you want to implement. All these React and everything, they wrote it for their companies. Angular is for them, right? React is from Facebook. So later they just open it up. Maybe it will help others to achieve whatever they want to achieve. They don't it. So there are things we call open source. Yeah, so all these things you are learning online, all those free information you can see. It's for the world to be able to catch up with technology. So, I mean, let's keep thanking them for releasing this report.
Anyway, they need more from us than
that's a Nigerian. It's about making the world better. The way you choose to see it depends on you.
If you want to learn React now, would you advise us? Yeah, I don't know what. Would you advise us to start where we do classes?
Yes, I would suggest that. Because if you move directly into functional, yes, it's good. You get to know the latest on. But then, when you are employed in the company and you see things written in classes, thank you. And you see things written in classes, you might be shocked. Like, hey, what's class? What's this? How do I? Because you don't want to restart that app and start changing it to functional component. You don't know what will break. Imagine in my company they give you good tell and say, you know what, there's something that's breaking here. Please, can you go and fix it? You're not going to class functional. So sometimes all you have to do is go to pack the problem, they have to test it. That's just it. Yeah, because they will tell you that thing you saw for front end, at least in my own company, for front end, you must write unit tests. After writing your unit tests, we do pen tests, penetration testing, just so we are safe. And the code is written. One developer cannot sit somewhere and be trying to, because we are a payment infrastructure. So yeah, we do all these things. So you don't want to write a buggy code. You really don't want to. You, apart from getting sad, you can get you. Yes. I mean, yeah, somebody has to be able. So where I employed my company, I did not test. Yes, actually, it's the responsibility of the queue to make sure that nothing buggy goes to the production server. So you must have tested on your dev server, your test server, if you have DevOps or if you have information security department, you must have screened the error to be sure that okay, there is no malware, there's nothing here, you can push it. So if after all that something happens, of course, they will speak with your QA. Why did you flag this when you use it? Okay, so, but you yourself, you must have tested it even before passing it. Or else you keep getting Yes, and you don't want that to be your performance review. You want to increase your salary. Yes. Apart from your QA, you raise pull requests, you make existing code base, and whoever is going to review your code should also see what you are written. So there are lots of checks for your code. And by the time your first code enters production, you yourself you will be feeling like, wow, after all this screening. Yes. That's why when people make open source contribution and their contribution gets imaged to the major work, you'll be happy, you will feel, yeah, there's this satisfaction. Then we show you I'm sure some of you heard the gist about a Nigerian developer that wrote the Twitter, something, yeah. So recently, he got employed. Yeah. So recently, one of the things he wrote for Twitter got merged. And see, even Twitter tweeted it. Finally, Toby, the developer behind it, built an app that automatically hides replies that are more likely to exhibit abusing. He had to retweet it because it's a big deal for him. I mean, this is a new feature for Twitter, and he wrote it. Yeah, you can hide things now, though they've not really implemented it yet. But then, Twitter is happy to announce that you have your guy. That means through a lot of screenings, QAs was attested it all around. You have to make sure that it's not annoying to somebody in Pakistan or something. There are things you write today that you may think is just they must have tested, checked for information, security, and at the end of the day, something rolled out. Wow. Sometimes people wonder what Twitter, a company as big as Twitter, does with huge engineering thing. These are innovations. All these things you are looking at, they are components. All these things have large complexes. As you are looking at them, they're not just exactly. Sometimes you make a change to that follow button you're looking at. Just a tiny when Instagram that move. It was a big deal. So I'm just saying that writing, you have to be more intentional. It's not just you doing by A or B. No, you have to think about the implementation, how this will affect other things. Because you'll be working with major legacy apps. So Twitter already has their own legacy code base on Twitter, the way it is, and they've released different versions. So if they release a new version or something happens, simply roll back to the version. So I think I answered the questions. Okay. Let's. This is your first. Sorry. I really don't. Yes, so I think I mentioned this props and states. So that allows you to send data to components same fact as ATL for somebody that said using attributes and properties to components. What are attributes?
behavior of the
in relation to the HTML. Give you an example. Source on which image. So attributes are basically info, data that other helps to describe the particular element. Right. So in order to customize the components, because in React you get to use your component as tags as HTML elements. You know the way you do your angle bracket, and you get to name your components that way. So sometimes in order to further describe that particular component, you might need to pass some data into it. Data that it itself does not have. But wherever you want to use it, simply tell it. When I showed you my code earlier, you saw that it's full. So I had written that component in such a way that it receives that variable now in the form of prop or attribute. Once it receives it, it knows what to do. Do you get? So, and then states. States helps you store. State helps you store your data. This is a React component. This is an header. So, class name. You already know this is component. So, meaning that if I have function in my HTML CDE, this will read it and display what should be displayed. You understand? Yeah, so here it's a prop, but I mean it's an attribute. You know, div is not a custom, not a component I wrote. Right? This is the JSX component. That looks like HTML, then it's a JSX component. So it takes class just the way your HTML takes class. Okay. Okay. I just wrote this as an example. So we are going to still practice using something like this. So as you can see here, I already said after all these things, after opening the data, the menu icon, you know, this has been closed, that has been closed. I'm opening the video, the circle, blah blah blah, the span, and then somewhere after the span, I want to add this. This does props to title, meaning that wherever header is being, if you define something called title, it will slot it in. Do you understand? So if you open header, I told you you can use this as HTML document because it's a custom component that you have written. So now you want the name of your header to be dynamically selected. Maybe because in another page you want to use the component and all your headers are the same, right? So you want that new header to also take the name of the name you give it to it. The name you give to it. So once you pass header title into the custom component of header, it reflects in. So this is how it's doing. Now, in the component, I can write header and put title page. Meaning that inside this app, whenever I use this one, it will display the header that style and then put old page. Now I want to write another header for profile or dashboard, right? And I want it to look the same way. I shouldn't repeat myself. Yeah, so all I have to do is just pick this header again and call title dashboard. Yes, let's go to that. Let's say I have a page called others. I want people to start ordering from me. I simply slam header here. I put the title code. This prevents me from writing all these inside dashboard, inside order. So I've written it in place, and then I'm using it in single source of truth. They all reference to it. So if I come here and say I want the menu icon, are we back? Yeah. Okay. So if I come here and say I want my menu icon for all errors to be read, all I have to do is implement it here and it will reflect in several values. So this guy like CSS. Yes. So that's the whole essence of writing. Oh, this is exactly. I have my CSS file. Then you say yes. So you know how during Christmas, if you go to the team for Christmas, and then after you run a search on the results page, you still see that Christmas on that end. That's because they are all in the same place. So just like inside the first page, inside the results page, smaller. Exactly. So they are just you are calling that logo in one place. Several places. So if I want to add anything to it, all I have to do is go to the reflect every field. Thank you. So where they are using it, you can now say, you know what, I want it to be smaller. I want it to be big here. But then that you don't have to keep writing. However, yeah. Meanwhile, if you have to write normally, that's green section, home page, section, results page. You have to be right. So when you get into the document about yes. So when Mark was the full back then, this was the bad guy. So that's why it takes back then 2 days to write 30 minutes. So imagine him writing you, which was written. You have to write that, write CSS, write JavaScript, put in the server, watch how people relate to it. I mean, it did. Yes. So the thing is, yes, there are teams. In fact, Facebook has different things all around the world. So there's Facebook in Nigeria that helps you, gives you things that are Nigerian design and stuff. Thank you. Sorry, excuse me. Join me. Sorry. So currently, Mark works on AI and neural leadership, like bots and stuff. In his house, he has a bot that he calls. When he You enter your house, you can just call it. Davis, open the door. How many of you have seen Iron Man? Yeah. You know, Iron Man has this and he talks to every time. Davis. Davis was the preparation in Japan right now. I want to tell it. Just the way just say, okay, and then do something. Yeah, so he has it. It can be anywhere and that thing just milk down in the fridge. You want to buy it. So he has the time. So basically, people like him, Elon Musk, like so these are things. So the truth is, when you don't have to worry about certain things. So the truth is, if you don't have to worry about certain things, you get to spend more time. So you know how in the olden days they used to say women are just for the house. It's because those things are so tasking. They really don't have time for that things. But these days when everything is almost completed, they have more time. So they have time to engage in other things. So I mean, here in Nigeria, we have to worry about how to make ends meet. So we really can't do things that are innovative like that. But then you see, the moment a Nigerian lives here and goes to a saner client and realizes he doesn't have to worry about that, waste time only for the week just because you don't know when Napa decides to do that. You get to have more time. That's why we study and we are usually better than them. So it's common, yeah, it's psychology. If you see Mark wears shirts like this. Yeah, I'm sure he must have thousands. Disposable. They might be expensive, but then very simple. He just picks one. Because he doesn't want to bother himself with laundry and everything. So so when you are not bothered about certain things, you have more time to do innovative things. That's just the truth. You have more time to do innovative things. All these big engineers, I don't know if you've heard of Jeff D. It's one of the brain behind how fast we do. Big engineers like that, if you look at their life, it's usually very simple. Like they dedicated their life to the engineering. They just want to work. And that's what that's all. They make a crap load of money with that. Eventually you realize it's not just money. Here in Nigeria, developers already have this slogan to become the manager, the program manager, data environment. But then there are some of us that just want to. Yes, I said some of us because I plan to do that. Yes. No, chop. Why? Guys, the truth is, our current situation in Nigeria makes everybody aspire to own their own bill just so they can come in court. But somebody somewhere in Sweden just wants to be a teacher for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Simple like he does not want to be like anyone. He does not want to be like Bill Gates. He doesn't want all the money in the world. As long as he knows that when he needs healthcare, he gets it. When he needs to move, rather, he goes to a train station and he can move, right? He can afford his rent. Now here we won't build 1 million houses. Just one person wants to build 4 houses. You can't say it's all poor. Why are we doing this video? Why? Dangote has just one house in it. And it's not even in Banana Island. It's very open in Victoria. That's if he has it now, or if it belongs to the company as a guest house. If it's own house, if you say so, sir. So I know as of early 2019, in an interview, he said it himself. He does not have house anywhere. His house is behind my family in Victoria, and he has this house and one in Kano, right, in his hometown. But that's all he has, because everywhere he goes in the world, there are hotels. So why do you have to build the house? I mean, it's insane. Sure, you get. Bill Gates is rich, but that doesn't mean you own the house. He still own the house. Right? You rent for a important thing. Why do I have to acquire that liability? Because whether you like it or not, if you are not staying there, you have to pay property tax. So businessmen like that, the way they think, it's not the way we just want to acquire anything, just want to own our shops. Yeah. You know, I've seen people that say guys. So I've seen people that say you can never make it shows that it shows how much to do. There are companies in this world. They need to make money. So let's just there are companies in this world that please don't open that shop. Just what's the progressing? Because what you have in store for you as a target man, you buy several companies. I mean, imagine Jeff Bezos after divorcing his wife. And his wife just allowed divorce. She's like 6 months and after collecting okay, guys, let's go on. Yeah, right. Wow. $7,000 every hour. I think was the first. I hope you know you recently created to combat climate change. You should actually it's not combating climate change. He's investing in another company that is going to invest in climate change. So it's going to be positive for me. Let me ask you a question. Is it combating climate change? See, the plan is change the world to make money. Do you get change the world and make money while see, no, my point is, if we keep reasoning this way, Mark Zuckerberg did not think about the money we paid for when he was creating. If you are thought about that, you won't get to it. Which is what we put our hands on all of us in Nigeria. We want to know how much we make before we start. Thank God to our new generation visits. Now, venture capital, they just come and they check your company, they see how profitable they might be, and then they invest. Sometimes they make losses. Not until maybe 10 or how many years ago that AWS became profitable. As of now, Netflix is still not profitable. Netflix. Yes. So, I mean, they are still receiving money. But trust me, the moment they start declaring profit, so that's just the way it is. But Nigeria, we want to make money. But that's why we don't really grow. How many African companies do you know that are above $1 billion worth? No, I'm saying Africa. No, that was the question. I am saying in Africa, how many companies? No, we do. We have. I'm just telling you, my company is one of them. So my point is not until recently saying that. But do you know this is when all the McDonald's, I mean, billions of dollars. So seriously, we are still far behind. That's Africa as a continent. We are still far behind. And because what we okay, please back to So like I said, you get to put props. So that means if inside this header, I want to add. So here, if I want to put something like a soft topic, and I want to impute it dynamically. I don't want to have code it here and say soft topic this. I can do something like this and say this does props soft topic. So that wherever I'm calling header, I know I'm allowed to supply the information title and soft topic. Now let me show you what I'm doing here. So this component route is something I took from what we call React router. As you can see, I imported it from React router, right? So the component simply takes something called key. Okay, it doesn't necessarily need, I'll talk about key later. It takes something called path. That means where you want to go, which is like HOS, your A tag. So imagine this is an A tag. But it takes the name and it takes the components.
Hello, can I ask a question?
Are you familiar with
Hello.
Somebody wants to ask a question. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what? Okay. So I guess the person is when I was talking about hooks earlier. So hooks aren't a programming paradigm like what we call React. React itself is the tool that we use to write single-page applications that are asynchronous in nature. React Native is the tool inspired by React that we use to write mobile apps. We write them the React way. Although it gets compiled, to core native code. So, do you understand what I'm saying? So, you don't have to say do you get to learn? If you are learning React, you will learn React hooks, right? Which is like the modern way of writing React.
And if you know React, you can learn from React.
Yeah, so you can, if you know React, then you will have an idea as to how to write React. All you have to learn is the syntax. So you can easily go on Google and say the React Native version of div. It will give you something called view, and then you put it there. That's the way to hack your way, anyways. But you are writing it in React way. You are still writing a component, you are saving your data in your store, your state rather, and then you are manipulating. Coming. Yeah, can you hear me? Please help me confirm. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, so
Yes.
React is the technology itself. Like it's what allows us to write single page. So React Native compiles to native or native code. Correct. Do you understand? And React, another good thing about React Native is that it's hybrid in nature. You can write applications for Android and iOS. So personally, I've discovered that there are certain limitations to it, but at least you get to do things with React Native. So it just works. Right? So most especially for iOS apps. Yeah, because iOS, you know, Apple they have this pride. So they have this pride that they are writing for them, they have to write their own way. So firstly, they are writing an app for iOS. They can't write the Mac. Just the Mac. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so now, so do you understand the difference now between React Native, React hooks?
No, I don't understand. I don't understand.
They will reply you. Okay, so and if they need a quick recap. So this is React Native. Create native apps for my screen is still shared. Okay. So create native app, you get to create native apps for Android and iOS using React. You see, they didn't say using React, they said using React because React is the overall tool. So you are writing it in React. It combines the best parts of native with React, especially getting to use JavaScript for building user interfaces. Use a little or a lot, and use React Native today, blah, 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 yeah. So it's totally written in JavaScript, rendered, but rendered is native. You know, like, so, you know, when you're writing for the web, you know, you get to do things like documents or something, because you're talking to John. But for React Native, it's not a problem. You get, you're writing on an operating system, Android. So you're writing a native code. So you don't get to do things like that. You don't get to write documents. You don't get to do console.log because you're not writing for something that has a console. Though React will still provide you with that. Your code editor will still provide you with more console to see some things. Use this normal from style and all these things that I talked about earlier.
So for SAP now,
For what?
tabs.
Yeah. What do you mean by
Types, not that. That place.
Oh, yes. So what is it? I like it so. Talking about. Okay, can you hear me now? Check. Okay. So when you say for tabs, tab is just a device. So do you want it to be rendered on a browser inside the tab or as an Android app inside? So an app is an app. You get my point now? Yeah. Yes. But then system is not using Android. Sure you get. It's not using iOS. So there is also a React technology we use to write Windows applications called Electron. Electron.js. You see? Exactly. Why do you think React is taking the market this thing? Because with React, with your knowledge of React, you can write anything. You can write a Windows application, you can write an iOS application, you can write a web browser application. You can pretty much do crazy stuff. Tomorrow, I won't be surprised if they say we'll start writing backend with React. Yes, because they are making it possible. So anyways, I hope I've been able to convince and not confuse you. So basically, that's just it. So here, you know how I told you, you can do this, your body, this thing you can do body in HTML, you can put things, body, and then you put div, but here, you get to put text, things like view. And then the same application is being rendered in two platforms, iOS and Android, which makes it a cutting-edge technology. Then you get to do things like fast refresh. Then you see, so this is how you create your styles. Yeah, so this is a styled component. But also you can write your CSS in a new file, something styles.css, and then import it whenever you need it. So I hope I've been able to answer that question. So back to core React. Blah, blah, blah. This props on component for a good reason. Okay, these are all readable. I hope this was provided. This slide was provided. Okay, you can always get it from Okpe. Thank you. So remember when I was talking about this? The functional component is just a plain JavaScript function, which accepts props as an argument and returns a React element. Do you understand? Let's wait for her to finish. Are you there? Okay, so because a functional component is just a plain JavaScript function, you cannot use set state in your components. That's the reason why they also get called functional stateless components. Remember when I said if you want to use states in a functional component, you have to use what we call hooks. Remember that? What, how come we're all distracted? What's going on? Is something going on? Okay. So every time you see a functional component, you can be sure that this particular component doesn't have its own state, except if you are using hooks. Okay, so there's this principle we talk about when using React. We say React, it's one-way data binding. The parent component typically passes down a snapshot of its state to child component via read-only props. And then the child component can communicate with the parents to update the state via callbacks. How many of us know what callback means? Yeah, callback. And when I said object-oriented programming, you people didn't talk. But then you are talking about methods now. No, somebody said the person that does OOP is not around. Can you imagine? Okay. So when you say a function called inside a method, so how about we say a function called inside a function? Okay, so you know how you declare a function block, and then inside the function block, you start writing your declarations. But this is this. Now add one to this variable that I have created, and then at the end of the function, you do return that. That's it. So you've declared a lot of stuff. But then, what if that thing that is to be returned, you want to use it inside that function? You know, ideally it has to finish running before you can use it. But then you still want to use it inside. So the only way to do that is callback. So you are simply saying, when this thing finishes running, quickly run this thing. Do you get? So you are calling a function inside a bigger one, a larger one. Let's code. Okay, people. Do we all have Visual Studio Code? Great. So, how many of us have Node running on our system? Node.js. We all have Node. Okay, so we don't have it installed. Please, let's try and install it now. So let's go to getting started with React. While you go to the restroom, okay, yes, good. Okay, so let's follow this. Get started. React is a blah 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 JavaScript library for blah 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 blah. Okay, so I need you all to install. You said you have Node.js, right? Okay, so let's open. So I'm also going to open a new. Please, I hope my screen is still being shared. How many of us are familiar with CMD or CLI, as the case may be? The command line too. It's a very good thing to use. 210 0. What is this? 0.7. Okay, so let's create a folder and open that folder inside your VS Code. So you should have something like this. Name it Wallace class or Wallace session. I hope our online guys are doing that too.
Yes.
Okay, great. Please, let's be fast about it. Are we all there? So, somewhere on top here, I'm sure you see something called terminal, right? Open it. Have you done that? Okay. Somewhere on top, that tab here, that nav tab. Or you can do Control, Shift, and then apostrophe here. So, are we there? So, tell me your node versions. Enter something like this. Node-V. For those that have it installed. Okay, that works. Node space dash V. Great. 12.14. Okay. You guys should find time to upgrade your nodes. I'll leave you to find out, sir. 13 point what? No, it's fine. Node is usually backward compatible.
10 points.
Wait, calm down. It's fine. As long as you have nodes, it's all right. 10.6. All right, so also do this npm forward dash v version of npm running on your system. npm -v. Yeah. 6 point. Okay.
6.10.
Okay, that's good. All right, so okay. Now I need you all to follow me. So follow me, guys. Yeah, I created a new one. Yeah. What did you say? Came on. Oh, okay. All right, guys. let's roll. We have like an hour left. Okay, so follow me with this. NPX creates -react -app. As you can see, NPX create React app, and then put your name in front of it. So you can, I'm going to say Wale app. So do this. So we are going to continue with this. Yeah. All right, it's all on the screen. So yes, you can. Are you up to speed? Oh. What's the RAM of that system? Okay. Okay. So let's type enter for those that haven't. It's downloading certain things. It's moving, right? So did it give you API hacking? NPX. Just leave it, let it continue. Is he giving you an error?
Please, the NPX, what does it mean?
NPX create React app. Don't worry, I'm going to give up to this thing now. My company uses proxy, so it might not allow me download. So I had to go and stop that first. So basically what this does is roll back. Can I see that? So I knew this was going to happen. That's why I had to quickly go do something. My proxy was denying this from working. So what did you say? We asked you to do. Yeah, so it's still loading. Just leave it. Just leave that thing. So. So, are we all done with it? No. Still loading. Wow. Yes, it has to do with network. Oh, you're not connected. You have to be connected. So basically what this is doing is going to a central repo called npm repo. And it's pulling all it needs to create a bootstrap template for you from React. So if this is happening, then it's downloading. Okay. It's just 16 gig RAM. So the thing is, I still experience my own slow this thing, and ultimately, if your internet is fast, it should be fast. So these are all you can see is extracting all these things. So it downloaded them as zip and then extracting them into something we call the create React app templates.
Actually, I just finished mine, but I got success.
You got success, right?
Yes.
And you got something like happy hacking.
Yes, happy hacking, yeah.
Yes, very good. Nice one. Just hold on.
Okay, thank you.
Stand by. So, are you with us now, madam? Okay, great. But you are connected to the channel now. Good. Oh no, there shouldn't be trouble with my network. Why? You see, you all are lucky. I'm still having issues with my own proxy.
Boss, please, hello.
Sorry?
Can you hear me, boss? Yeah, please.
Yeah.
At every point, we want to create an React app.
Yeah.
Is it that we have to use nps create React app?
Yes, something like that. You have to create the React app and then put the name of the app in front, which is your name and that thing that you did.
Inside the terminal.
Sorry?
Inside the terminal.
Yeah, inside the terminal.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the way to go about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Happy nothing. Great. So some people have it already installed though. Others, Alpha, what's your status? Right, nice. Okay, let's not abuse the word about here, please. Okay, I'm going to go around and check now. Your, actually, as funny as it sounds, what you said is true. So basically, you go to node.js.org and download the installer for the latest, whatever you see as the latest. So when it downloads and you run it by itself is to remove the old version and install the new version. So it's as simple as that. But it's usually not a big deal, except if you are running a dependency that specifies a version of Node to you. Yeah. So sometimes the only reason why I have the updated is because I did something recently that needed the latest version. So I just quickly had to update. So I don't know why my proxy is. Please. So, who has difficult Alpha? Happy Akin is still downloading. Why do I still have trouble with my network? Registry, tunneling sockets could not be.
Yes, I'm there. You know successfully happened.
Okay. CB never called. Then error with NPM itself.
Then I did it again.
Okay. You're running it again right
Yes,
now.
I'm running it again. Maybe it's with my version of it.
So your version, your NPM comes with Node. Okay, yours is still downloading. My own is still fighting. As you can see, trend gate interswitch. This is my proxy address. Huh?
I'm not jealous. Somebody that I wish not.
Do you have issues? Updated version of what? Updated version of what? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so. I'm coming. So let's do this. Let's debug. See what I asked you to do. So the name of the app is my app, and then so you can see MPX on the first line is not a typo, because I'm sure some people will be like, why are we not doing NPM? Okay, so it's a package router that comes with NPM 5.2 and above, and I'm sure nobody uses anything less than 5.2 here, right? So don't bother, don't worry that mine is 13 point something. You did NPM dash G earlier. No. Do NPM space hyphen V. Sorry, it aborted me. Wow, I'm coming. So, sorry. So that's so because you need to have node version that is greater than 8.10 and then npm that is greater than 5.6. Right? So it should actually work. I'm coming, sorry. Yeah, for create React app. Okay, so you know what? Let's go into CMD. Let's not use that that CLI inside VS Code. Do you understand? So do you know how to CD into the folder you created? So just find a way to navigate to your folder. No. For those that are having issues. It's done. You can see happy hacking. Okay. Okay, so what did I create? Okay, so when you sit into your folder, do some. Let me show you this. Yeah, so CD into that Ayowole app folder you created, right? Is Ayowole app inside that folder? No, you don't have to put Ayowole app there. So the folder I created was this, and then while trying to do npm create React app Ayowole app, it created this for me. Sure you get. Though my own was failing, but then it had created that folder. That's the first course of business. So if you don't have Ayowole app, fine. If you have Ayowole app, fine. Okay. It's not necessary. So now I want to do
for we that have the app on the VS Code, we still need to do CD.
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
You already have it installed. Today is our first birthday. Yeah. Wait, how come you don't know? I'm coming. Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Watching your sugar level.
No, please. Thank you.
So what should I do next?
Yeah. Go on. React. Yeah. So you should put the name of the app you want to create. As you can see, it's telling you
Oh yeah, Roberto.
project. So I said open a CMD.
Just now, then, brothers.
The template was not provided. Nice. Okay. You didn't provide templates.
Yes, I want to know.
So run create reactor. Yeah, so just go back to what you did and then put in name better life.
Okay.
Wow, I trouble with my network connection.
I just read. What should I do?
Just yeah. Just put it. Don't worry, as long as you all have it installed, I'm fine. Okay, so
There's something.
it's telling you you have an outdated version of okay, just you know what? So CD into that folder and then rerun that. Yeah. So guys, I think most of you have it installed now. Yeah, so just so that's the thing, you can't copy that file. That file you saw, that node modules you can see, right? Contains a whole lot. And it gets updated. So if you are copying it and there's a new version or something, you'll be left out. So
whenever we want to write React now, you don't need to do this.
Sorry? For every React file. Yeah. So the thing is, I know you must be wondering that that node modules alone is like 300 and something MB. Yeah. So, but when you are done with your, there's a command called React run build, npm run build rather. So it deletes everything you are not using inside the node modules. Like I said, I told you node modules contains all the dependencies you need, right? So when you do React run build, it takes away, it checks through your code and checks the files you are referencing inside node modules. If you are not referencing any file, it simply deletes them. So it makes your, what? Yes, it makes your code light. The lighter your code, the better. Because if your code is heavy, it will take time to load on the browser. You get, so the lighter, so underneath, Create React app is using something we call Webpack. I don't know if you know Webpack. So Webpack for bundling, it's bundling all these files together. So when it bundles them, at the end, you won't see your files again. You'll see one major minified JS file. Yeah, so one long line. Yeah, it helps you compile all your code together. Okay, so why do I have problem? Why is it still using tunneling socket could not be established? Because no, it's my proxy actually.
Yep.
So can we all get settled? Just you're trying what? So what's it giving you? It's just there. Is your internet? Have you pressed enter? So just switch it. You didn't press enter. So for those that have it downloaded already, you can see that there's a folder called public. Right? You can see that inside that public there's an HTML file, index.html. So that's your major file for this app. You guys, if you open that index.html, you will see that roots, that div with ID roots. So it is inside that div that everything you are writing will be injected. Now, for those that have it installed, please go into your terminal again, inside that your VS Code, and do public folder. So please go into your please go into your terminal, and so you're not okay. Yes, CD into the app file, that's Ayowole app or whatever you must have written. Have you done that? You know, when you did create the app, you gave it a name app, right? CD into that folder. Have you done that? Have you CD'd into the folder? Then run npm start. So remember you did npm create React app, Betel app. Did that thing finish installing? So congratulations, you ran it first. Templates was not provided. Okay. Global installs, blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay, so you and a few other people. I'm coming. Let me check something.
Allow. Who sends you? I didn't send you shit.
What's going on?
That's
Okay, you know what? Run this. Yarn, YARN, create, no space.
When is this starting development?
Have you done create? Then space, React app. So that React app is React-app. Then space Betel app. The name. Yeah. So Yan is not recognized. Good. So you need to, yeah. Is it rolling? Okay. So you might have to reinstall Node, the latest version of Node.
Welcome to India. You are already there. Why is it not starting development?
So do we all have it running? How far? What do you have? Okay, sorry, can you bring your laptop? Is anybody listening to the guys online? If anyone is saying anything.
I'm still with you.
Huh?
I'm still with you.
Okay, good. Can you please move it? Okay, now let me try something before you.
So this is
yeah. So because it's using an older version of something. Which is so nice. Apparently, a lot of people are having these issues. Yeah. Creating a new reactor.
What is next week?
Okay. You know what? Just let's download the new version of Node.js.
Happy.
Finally, you just get Why? I cannot be doing it. Let me see.
So it's already downloading. When you finish downloading, try to run it. So who else has the use? You're doing what? Okay. So wait, so is Sheyi you are Sheyi now? Is Sheyi the only one having it now? But you said you've done your own.
Please, you can go ahead, so you guys to be able to do that, because you're now
Yeah, I can listen. I can hear you. Yeah. Templates. Okay, so are you in your CMD? Okay. Type npm uninstall -g, then space create -react -app uninstall.
Let's see.
Then space -g as global. Then space create reactor. Have you run that? So you all know what favicon is, right? Favicon is I'm coming. Okay. This is a favicon. This is a favicon. So in your browser, and you want your website to have its own icon on that, so it's a favicon. Sorry? It has removed some things. Now rerun that npx create. Just to is it there?
I beg you, please. Don't spoil my So it's still open.
Seems you have it installed already. Can I go? Okay. Share app. Well, you see, you have it installed already now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so just
Should I?
so what you do is you CD into Share app.
Okay.
You CD into Share. Where's this one? Then do npm start. So to yeah. It's still on. Could I try using the new directory name? Okay, so use a new name for that create your this thing. What did you write? Ayowole? Just put something else. Okay, so this one is same. No, that's not me. That's the website. Okay, so it's saying no such file exists. Blah blah blah. This, but this is the file I'm looking at. Okay, but this. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, it's like you created another one again. Chief.
I was listening to.
So now,
I wanted to disgrace some people, but
so now it's going to start up for you. So we have Sheyi live.
I like it like that.
So what about Ayo? Going.
The first system, looking at the system, yeah, it has
No, so it's not just node modules. You need. They didn't give you the templates. It's supposed to give you something called public, where the template is, but it's not there. Let's keep pushing it. And it's still. So that means most of us have it running, right? Let's see if this thing will answer me. You see, this is one of the things you go through as a software developer. You want to start a project, you've not even started writing code, you're having errors. So sometimes environment issues, so we call them environment because it's currently your environment that is disturbing. It might be your internet. There was a time, there's a particular app that if you are using a Glow modem, if you are using a Glow internet, it won't go. You can imagine. And you must have tried everything, entered the CMD, different things. But later, people just discover, look, when you try with other internet providers, it goes through. So what's going on? No, they just have one tunnel or something that was conflicting with what you were trying to do. And so sometimes the errors are usually generic. They are not your problem. In fact, most times when you go online to Google the error, you not discover that, oh, wait, a lot of people all around the world are having the same issue. So, yeah. How can you Google error? Yes, basically. You copy it and put it in your search pane. Okay. Me and this thing, we have a fight tonight. Yes, it's interfering with my socket could not be established. Wow. Nah, I actually need to restart my system. And I was thinking I could do it without going that route. So that's what I do most times. So it's been a while since I actually started anything from scratch. Yeah. So that's the beauty of writing so many projects. At some point, what they tell you to write is something you had written before. So you just, oh, I have this thing, don't worry. You go and pull it from your GitHub or your repository, and then just clean it, remove it, just shake it, and then tweak exactly. So that's just, I mean, why do I want to repeat myself? Think about it. Don't repeat yourself. Go the dry way. Yeah, so public, you have node modules, you have public, you have SRC, right? For those that have it installed. So public is where the template is, which is the major view, the HTML. And I showed you earlier that whatever you're writing in your source file, the SRC file, will be injected into the public. Now, if you open your SRC file, folder, I thought you said you saw happy hacking earlier. Yeah, so if you go into the SRC, you will notice something called package.json. Oh, yeah, it's outside the SRC. Sorry. No. This is when you are done and you want to build your app. You open this package.json. Yeah, so package.json, hello. So package.json is that folder that holds your project properties, the name, the kind of dependencies you're using, what build number is this, what version. It even holds the scripts that you can run. I'm sure you can see something like start, build, test, and the likes there. So those are existing scripts that React has given you. That React has given you to why? I offended village people. I still have this issue. Yeah, so, and then you can eject. So the word eject means, thank you, Facebook. I want to take over from here. I don't want you to handle bundling and everything for me. I know how to start my app. So once you eject, some hidden files start popping up. That's like you know how Create React app works. You know how it's being bundled. You want to interfere with Webpack, and it's on deep level shit that you may not want to deal with right now. But now, Create React app is everything you need to set yourself up for a React component, a React project rather. Okay, this has failed again. Yeah, if I restart, I'm going to end the session and it will stop sharing.
Please, can I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you use someone's own laptop, then we share the screen? So perhaps we can
okay.
go to.
Yeah, that works. While I restart my system, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for that. Okay. Let me just do. So, can somebody volunteer the system? Yeah, so we don't waste time. Eh? You don't use VGA. That is such a good news. Yeah. Okay. You can bring it. You don't use this code. Okay, who else uses HDMI code? Okay. Let's put it here. Yeah, just me. Thank you. Okay, so
That's showing you that you don't need how many did you take? Okay.
Man, this system is really slow.
It's always the same. Like,
Man, it's hanging on.
yeah, anything you like. Guys, you take it
Sorry, we are trying to get things configured. Trying to use someone else's system, but oh, it's already 5. Has it finished loading? I'm trying to get it to run on the. It's still. Oh, it's locked. Okay. I want to get the projector screen to work well.
We are kind of seeing what is okay. The projector.
Yeah, I want to show us all. Okay, but since I'm sharing the screen, so you can still see it on your laptop.
Yes, I mean people that are here are not
So that's your just one.
Huh? No, come on. We'll definitely still figure out something. Huh? I'm only work.
Hello, boss.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, let me give you another solution. Can I give you an access to? Let me share my screen and I'll give you access to operate my keyboard from your system.
Okay, well, that works too. But my system has actually rebooted, and I'm just trying to.
Okay.
Get my code together.
Okay, no problem then.
But just give me like 5 minutes. I'll be done before then, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry for the time. This time.
No problem.
Yeah, that's the thing. So ideally, once I put it should show me another screen here. So there should be screen 1 and screen 2. But it's still not showing. Finally. Okay. Am I ready? I'm sharing this. Okay, so okay. At least so everybody can view what's your name? Obina's screen. Right? So you all should have this folder structure. And earlier I said you should check your package.json. So this is what you have in package.json. Like I said, it contains the properties for that particular app. It shows you the name, the version, forget about the private for now, dependencies, which is like the library, the major libraries you have installed right now. Then these scripts are like things you can run on this app. So earlier, remember we said npm start. So in the real sense, what is being run is React script starts, but then they've squeezed everything into the word start. So whenever you put npm and any of this, it does the corresponding command in front. Yes, you can have your own if you need something to run. Yeah, in this script. So you just do a comma and then you put your own, all in JSON format. Yeah. So we have your. So the starting point is index.js. Index.js. So basically, this is what happens. Everything here is being compiled inside this file. Everything you've written, everything that you must have written inside your file will be imported inside app. An app in turn will be rendered inside the div called root. Remember when we checked our index.html, we saw that div with ID root. So what this React DOM.render method does is that it takes two parameters. The marker for whichever folder you want to put the app inside, and then the app itself. Meaning that you can actually go there, create your own div, give it an ID name, and then come here and inject this inside it. Connection is on. Can you still see the screen though? Okay, so that is what.
I didn't get that explanation clearly. Please, can you come again?
Okay, so React DOM.render is a method that takes two arguments or parameters. So the first parameter always has to be your components that you must have written in React. The second parameter is the ID or the class of any div that you must have written inside your HTML. So if I come here and I do this, you can see this div with ID roots. So what React DOM.render is doing is it's inserting app. That's my component. Is it? So it's inserting this entire app inside inside this div. So app is being put in between this div itself. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank you. You can do that. You can create another div here.
So this is basically your like HTML/CSS.
Yeah, so the normal templates that are, so this is the default template. As you can see, it was commented here and they said this HTML file is a template. If you open it directly in the browser, you will see an empty page because you are not running that script. So if you just open it, you see an empty page. But the moment you do the npm start, what it does is it compiles all these things, minifies them, and injects them inside this div, which is why you can see it today. Yeah, because ideally you use ID once. ID is a unique identifier, right? So you can't have more than one. You can have any other one. Name them other. Inside the root. Yes. Okay, so now let's code. So inside this div, I can do header. You can have one outside the div. So header, this is Obina's what? PC. And by the time we check Obina's Mozilla, wow, bros. So did you see that? Did you see what happened just now? Why do you think that happened? Thank you. Because I told you once you are running your React app, it's going to compile all the codes you are writing in your SRC and inject it in that div. So it's like it's going to take the super power and hijack that entire div. If you stop it and you run and you go and open that index.html, you will see the Obina system. So let's try that. So if I were to bring this up, okay, and I do Control-C here. Ah, man, Obina's PC. You can't see this to me? Huh? Yeah, please. Don't worry, let me just speak. Okay. Oh, crap. Obina. Obina, something is happening. Is the control button not working? Okay, so if we don't worry. No, I got it back up. So as you can see, because we have stopped the server from running, this it couldn't fetch it on this port again. The browser could not fetch the file from this. Okay, so you can either do this, click on this delete Q terminal, or you type control C. Control C. No, like click on your control button and then tap C. Yeah, that's like control close. Yes. So it will tell you, do you want to stop terminal, blah, blah, blah. Yes or no, then you put Y and press enter. Try that.
I didn't get that part too.
Okay, so if you look at your terminal,
Yeah.
you know you have this green compiled successfully.
Yes.
Yes, so directly under it, click there.
Directly under it, under the API hacking.
No. Oh, you are still on API hacking?
No, I'm not on. Yes, I'm still on API hacking, but I've actually opened the folder.
Okay, but you've not done npm start. Hello?
I'm with you.
Yeah, okay, so after the API hacking,
Yeah.
see to the name of the app you just created.
Okay.
Have you still did into it?
I'm coming.
It's Jan. npm run build. Yeah, it's going to be there. So after this, so all I'm saying is do this. Control C. You see, terminate batch job, Y or no. So ideally you put Y, but sometimes it has answered. So this thing has terminated like that.
I'm coming now. Still on it.
Sorry?
I'm still on it. Okay, I've seeded into the folder.
Folder, then do npm start.
npm.
npm, yes. Node package manager.
Yeah, is there space between the npm and the start?
Yes, there is space. Yeah. Yeah.
But it populates npm error.
It's showing error.
Yeah.
Then that means you still have another folder that you did not see into.
I see the into that very folder.
What's the name of the folder you created?
I know when you were doing
npx create React app, something app.
Yeah.
That something app that you created, CD into it.
Okay.
Yeah. And then after that, they run npm start. Huh? How do you npm start? So what I wanted to show you all is, are you still seeing this? Are you still seeing my screen?
Okay. Yeah, I can. Okay, it has started right now.
It has started right now, right?
Yeah.
Did you open your browser for you?
Yes, it's actually.
And you saw the React logo.
Yeah, it's with a port number 3000.
Exactly. Okay, so now you are with us. So I told everyone to stop that server and restart it. So to restart it is npm start, as you already know.
Okay.
So to stop it,
Yeah.
that same terminal, just press your control button on your keyboard and press C. It will show you something like terminate batch job in brackets Y/N, which is like yes or no.
Actually, I can't say that. So, Control C, right?
Control C, yeah.
Yeah.
So, guys, look at this folder. This is the folder. This is the app we created, right? You know how to get there. So yeah, please open your folders like that. Are you there now?
Yes.
Now, look at that public folder. Enter it.
Yeah.
You can see these things, right?
Yes.
Now, can you see that index.html file?
Yes.
If you double click it, it should open. Yeah. So
Yeah, I got that.
your own is blank because you all didn't write anything the way I wrote it. So I told you that that HTML file on its own is just a template, right? But the extra step we are taking is that we are using React to write some things inside that div, right? So if you go into your HTML file in your public folder and you start writing, you are deceiving yourself. If you start writing inside that root div, do you understand what I'm trying to say? So because React is compiling everything you are creating in JavaScript and injecting inside this div. So that is why if you do npm start, it will override this. So that's the whole point I'm trying to drive. Let me go back and do my npm start. So yes, you all just created your first React app. I'm not what? Wale session. Oh, there's still Wale app, Abi. Open app. Okay. Yeah. So ideally, if I'm to stop this, I have to do Control C. Did you see that thing pop up? Terminate. You do Y. So that's that one that I called and stopped. So now I have to cd inside Obina -app. And once I'm in there, I can easily do this npm start. Yeah, so if you use your up arrow, it will bring back the previous commands you've written. That works on every CLI. So anywhere in the world, apart from React, if you are inside a CLI or a command line interface, once you click on Control C, yes, very good. So this thing is telling us that something is already running on port 3000. So what React is doing is, it is turning your local machine into a server that is rendering your app. And for it to run that on the server, you need a specific port. This is not something you have to cram or anything. It's just, so it's like, I want to show something to the whole world. Something I have developed inside the app. So my CLI is simply asking me, which window do you want to use to show the world? Sure you get. And I say the front door. So it's telling me that currently the front door is in use. Would you like to run the app on another port instead? So if you are running multiple reactor on your system, I believe you have multiple this thing open. That's why it's telling you that. So it's saying something is right. So if I click yes now, it will use 3001. Port is just number. You can give it your own number. If you are writing Node.js, most times it will give you localhost 8080, different port number. So what it's doing right now is that it's compiling those files inside SRC and injecting it inside the div. You see? So this is the blank page, but now it has taken over. You get? So if you go to your developer option, your developer tool, you're not taking it back to you have to start your NPM. So as you can see here, this is the root. Ah man, it's not so clear. This is root. What can you see inside? You can see another div app. This is the app we created. It has compiled it and put it inside root. You know root is empty normally. So you see the other that you won't see that it has compiled all your React file and injected it inside root. That's why we can see this. So can you all see this? So this is what you've written in React, and it has been injected inside the root. So basically that's what's up. That's what React DOM.render does. It compiles it and puts it inside that root. You get my point? So you don't write directly. So ideally, you're not supposed to go and touch your index.html, except if you want to put a CDN. Maybe you want to add Bootstrap CDN or font or something. In the header, thank you. Yes, writing inside. You don't have to import it. If you do, you know how your browser renders it. Okay, so basically, your browser, when you put www.something.com, let's say student.com, it's so the URL student.com, the DNS, it's a domain name. It's a domain name, basically. Your browser looks at the domain name registry and says, look, who is the owner of student.com? And then somebody will tell you that, oh, it's currently on this server. So all your files are being hosted, right? At least you know that much. So, and wherever you're hosting it, that server must give you an IP address, which is like the address of the server. So when you put student.com, it looks in the DNS server and changes it to IP. Then looks for that server with that address. Once it gets there, like this something Crescent here, for large, you know. So once it gets here, it says, okay, I've been asked to load whatever website you have. So the server will show it its index.html file. Immediately, it starts reading it. The very first thing it reads is doc type, HTML, right? It checks this, oh, English, good, no wahala. It checks your header, right? And when it checks your header, what does it find? Yes. It finds a link to the Fabicon. Since this one is saying / this one, so that means it checks that same folder for anything with this name. He picks it up, then he loads the favicon, puts it there. Then you know what this does, right? Viewport. Whatever device you are, it's trying to fit it into the good. Description, website created using Create Reactor, blah, blah, blah. Okay. At least that's for them screen readers and then. So link to the logo. So you are saying, okay, we need this logo. It's going to go into your folder and fetch this for you. So if I had put a link to Bootstrap, something, CDN, it's going to directly go to that link and fetch the files because we need it to render this page. You get my point? Before it now gets to this place. Already you see the style here. There's title. Once he sees title, he says, oh, okay, no problem. He puts the title on the browser, this thing there. Once it finishes with that, it goes. So it's reading it from top to bottom. So once it gets to your body, it sees a div, it creates the div, right? It sees another div inside this div, it creates that. Inside here, it sees an header, app header, it creates that. It sees the image, blah, blah, blah. You've given it the source. It goes to pull that image, it renders it. So that is how your page is being rendered, basically. So if somewhere here you put scripts, right? You put scripts, it will force to run that script. That is why people say it is bad to put your script here. You put it under just before you close the body tag, right? So that at least your page will have loaded before it starts running JavaScript. Yes. So the only reason why they put script at the top is if you need something to run before the page is loaded, you put it at the top. It's just non-plain logic. You want it to run before. Maybe you want something to go and fetch something, or you want something to be running on the background while the page is loading. You can easily do that. You can easily do that, but people say the faster your page is better. So they just put it downward naturally. So even your React, after I must have compiled and everything, the script is being loaded under. Do you get? So this is how React renders your app. Now let's start manipulating. Oh, good. Why does this thing keep? Okay, so let's go into our code editor. So let's clean this off. It's bad practice. Okay, so we close this place off. We don't deal with it. Here is where we play around. So remember when I said app is being injected into this place? So now let's go into app and see what app has. So this is app. It's a functional component, right? So basically this is app. So somebody asked me earlier that how do we get to use CSS, right? Can you see this? Import app.css, meaning that inside this same folder where app exists, there is an app.css, which is here. Can you see? The same way you write a normal CSS. Exactly. Exactly. So inside this app now, we can come and say, okay, you know what? We don't want logo here. We want to put an H1 tag. Check the SRC folder. Have you seen it now? You're not importing now. App.js. You see it on the side now. Check SRC. No, once you click on it, it opens. Yeah, it has opened. Okay, your system is slow. Yeah. Okay, so to run your React, you don't necessarily have to be online. You don't need internet. Remember when you did create React app, it downloaded to your box, so you don't necessarily need internet. Well, but so for you to download it, you need to be online. It's totally on your box. That's Node at work for you. So except you have something that takes you online, like take for instance, exactly, if you have a CDN, exactly, if you have a CDN running, but if you know you don't need, you are not using a CDN or anything, you can develop locally. So yes, you can do that. If you download Bootstrap locally. So if you download Bootstrap locally, you put it in your public folder, right? And inside your index.html, just do that in your header link, then you do / bootstrap / you reference it basically. Yeah, so let's manipulate. So I deleted my own logo, and here I'm going to put Obina is a great man. So if you look at my terminal here, it's telling me it was compiled, but it's giving me some warning. And it's telling me what's happening. It says logo is defined but never used. So as you can see up here, you can see that the logo is declared. I imported it inside define, but I'm not using it. So he's asking me why. You remember I deleted it. So I can just come here and delete it. Or comment it out. We don't need you, yeah. So you see, we are back to green. It is advisable that when you are coding, you make sure you are on green. If you have too much yellows, your code is buggy. Yeah. So you either comment it out if you know you want to use it later, or just take it out completely, which I just did. So if you go back to your browser page, yeah, you can check your terminal now. You can see this compiled successfully. So if it's on yellow, it means compiled with warning. If it's on red, it's going to show you some errors. So can we all do this? Take out the logo and put which one? We've done that. So as you can see, Obina is already a great man in his browser. So let's do something. So here now, we want Obina is a great man to be rendered in red. How do I achieve that? In red color. Okay, app.css. I'm inside app.css. What do I do? Okay. Okay, so you are saying I do this, header, and I do this H1, right? And I do this. Color. Okay. So you are saying if I go into my browser now, it will be red. But you know, this is bad practice. Not necessarily. That's the right way to do it, but If you are doing this, that means if there's another header in another file, that's it. Always have class name. Exactly. So I can do class app header and then do H1, right? So I can do something like this. So, okay, great. So it's already here. Let's grab, yeah. So this is more attacking. At least you've attacked this particular one. So if I have header elsewhere, it won't carry this same style. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. So you want your components to be as independent as possible, except if you intentionally want to, sorry?
You want all your.
Yeah, except you want all your headers to be red. Then you can do this. So now let's do some marking. So we want, so inside this app now, let's take out this one. Let's take out this link. So this is the only thing we have, right? Okay, so now we want to put some more components. So let's create a custom component. What's a custom? A custom component is a component you made yourself or that has been created already. So you see inside this SRC, can you see where my mouse is? Please look up the screen. Okay, so see this thing, new file. So I can click on this. This is to open a new file inside that URL. And I say obina.js. And I press enter. See, this is the new file. You can open your own with your own name. So because in this file now, we want to create another component. That means we have to import React. So you import React. React.
Give it any name. Because,
No, you can't give it any name. Yeah. So this one in this quotes now is you are referencing React that is already downloaded in this node modules. So as you can see, this is all you have in your node modules. Yes, exactly. Very big, very large file. And we are still on NE.
Hello.
Can you see this React?
Yeah.
So that's where we are importing from.
What? Hello.
Great. Yeah.
When I type import React from React, I'm having something like that yellow spot, like a bulb. Mine is blue. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. So it's telling you that you imported something, but you've not used it.
But when I hover on it, it says remove imports.
Remove. Yeah, yes. That's the reason why it's telling you to remove it. It's seeing it as an unnecessary line since we've not used it yet. It can show any color. But if you click on it, it will tell you to remove it.
Okay.
So that's just your intelligence talking to you, telling you that, uncle, you've declared something you are not using. Do you understand?
Okay.
Even if you come there and say you write var OB is string obina, and you live there, ideally it will flag it, but you are not using it yet.
Okay.
It's only flagging this one, right? Okay, can you see this something there?
Yeah. Okay. Same.
So you can see it's saying delete all unused declarations.
Yeah.
If you click on this, it will remove everything
Yeah.
because you've not used it. So just ignore it when you put it first.
Okay.
So you can see that inside your app.js, they imported React like this. The same way. All you have to do is just import it. You are not referencing it or doing anything about it. Yeah. So now you don't need to import any other thing. So let's just, you know what? Let's do this. Let's act like smart development. Somebody's phone is ringing. Okay, so because this is not app, this is Obina. Do you understand what I'm doing? Okay, I'm coming. So export defaults. Obina. So we just created a component called Obina, a functional component called Obina. I didn't leave it. It's still there. I just went to create another component. Thank you. Because we want to write a whole bunch of stuff here and import it inside app. So that way app doesn't get so long. But okay. Remember when we talked about componentization? So because Obina is a different module, we want to bring it inside app. But you have to go and write it separately first and then call it inside app. So that's the whole idea. So now, this is, we are going to say, what should this one say? Is a good developer. Are you following me? So this is a component that is returning a div that carries a text called Obina is a good developer. And as you can see here, I am exporting it. Doing this is that you are exposing it to be imported anywhere else. Do you understand? You are exposing it to be imported anywhere else, either as a function or as a component. Do you understand? So now I can go into my app.js. So you know what, let's do this. Let's open Obina to the side. Right click and do this. Yes, so now under this H1, I want to put component Obina. You can see that inside my, okay, yeah, so I don't have to do this because Obina does not carry anything. I can just close, it's a self-closing component. Yeah, so before I talk about importing the function, you see, I just brought Obina here as a component. But my console is telling me that, look, I can't compile this thing. Why? Obina is not defined. Meaning that I have not imported. Do you understand? So it's telling you that, look, okay, it's trying to run this, but there's this problem. What is Obina? So you have to import this to use here. So any custom component you are using must be imported. Do you understand? So to solve this problem now, we have to come here and say import. Remember that thing we said, export default something, export default Obina. So we import Obina from, what's the name of the file that we created? Thank you. So we do this and say Obina, but we don't have to say .js. All it needs is the name. Do you understand? As long as it's a JavaScript file, all it needs is the name. It's just a syntax for React. So if you say export Obina, it won't go. You have to say export default Obina.
Sorry.
Yes.
You're calling
Yeah. So I brought in Obina into app so I can use it here. If I delete Obina from here, it will put that yellow thing here and tell me you have an unused variable.
So if you want to import a JS file, you don't import JS, but still going to import
CSS you have to put, yeah. Yeah. So now if we go into our browser, can you see that the component was rendered? Do you understand? The component was rendered. Meaning that we can create thousands of these and import them here. Exactly. So now inside Obina, we are going to put Bethel inside Obina. Okay. It's not coming as green. It doesn't have to come as green. What's your console saying? Yes, because a functional component returns what JSX, what you want to be rendered, returns your view. Sure, you get. You are using Obina here as a component, as a tag. Sure, you get. It's like an HTML tag. Yeah, so we've defined it here. Yes, that's a closing. If I do this, if I give it a closing tag like those normal ones that you know, it will still work. It will still work. Exactly, the name of this function. So what React does for us is it helps us turn it into a JSX component that can be called anywhere. So you are not calling a function here. Technically, you are calling it, the function is returning this div. But then the way to declare it inside the app is by importing it and putting it in a JSX tag, which is this. So if you check your browser, you realize this still works. Yeah, so that's because you've not called it, you've not used it. So how many of you have this already? That's recursion for you. If you understand JavaScript recursion. So wait, nobody has that working.
I don't have it working yet. So
Okay. Let me see. Okay, so Mr. Toby. So look at what you imported. Look at what you put. You see, you put small letter here, so you have to put small letter here. Now you have compiled successfully. So if you check your browser now, what did you put inside? Toby is a billionaire. And the app, and doing this, last name Toby. Should have said here. Let's see your console. The tag Toby is unrecognized in this browser.
please,
Sorry?
for app.js line code 12, that will be in the tag. Is it necessary needed there?
Code what?
Code 12 under
The
app.
OB thing I wrote, Abby.
Yes.
So what do you say is, which one is necessary?
That Obina, is it necessary there? Because I tried to do the same thing here. I'm having an error.
Okay, so check your console. What's the error it's giving
you? Okay, I'm coming. I think I'm saying.
Change this capital. So
okay.
Before it's
okay. I think I got that, please.
You've gotten it.
My question is, with all the output for being observed and equal, but I realized that with that code, without that line 12,
yes,
it wasn't displayed that on the browser. It wasn't displaying that.
Okay, so listen up, guys. So somebody wrote his own components with small letter, exported it small letter, imported it small letter, and put it here small letter. It won't work. Yes, it won't work. So it has to be in caps. So these are things that you would have to debug yourself. It will tell you, it will show you the error. If it says console in your browser, good. That's how to debug. You're a developer, you started developing. You realized your code has compiled, but you can't see what you are. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You realize in your console compiled successfully, but then in your view inside the browser, it couldn't render that thing. So all you have to do is check your developer tool, check your console. If there's any error listed, if there's no error listed, check the elements inside the developer tools to trace and see. So if we trace this now, you will see what React is doing for you. So as you can see, React created a div. Do you understand? React created a div and put class Obina. You know, when we were writing our own in React syntax called JSX, we opened a component called Obina. But in the real sense, after compiling it, this is what happens. So,
Okay.
yeah, sure you get.
Okay, please let me ask a question. This very that very place that we had create a div, was it effect to that code 12?
Yes, so it's like we are putting the entire thing we wrote inside that Obina, inside this place.
Yeah.
It's like we are injecting it here.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's like this is the variable. This is what we've called. This is what we have declared as the variable, and we are calling the variable here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, that's what we are doing.
Okay. Okay.
So in the real sense, let me tell you what we are doing. In the real sense, if you comment this out
It won't display on the view.
and you do this, so basically this is what we are doing.
Yeah.
That Obina we are calling here.
Yeah.
We are simply returning what Obina holds inside.
Okay. Okay.
You understand?
Okay. Okay. I got that point.
You guys are not of you. Okay, so like I said, there's no point opening and closing Obina tag. You can just, it's self-closing. So you can just do this and close it up. Yeah, that works too. Remember, we've not even styled it. So I only left that class name there just in case we want to style it. So it doesn't matter if it does not have the class name. It will still run. Where? Exactly. That's why we are using class name. But since we've not referenced anything yet, could as well leave it as. Yeah, you can give it an ID. So basically, everything you can do on your HTML selectors, you can do that too here, as in JSX. We only have very few differences in HTML, between HTML and JSX. So guys, let's put another component. But in this case, we'll create a component called, what's the name again? Bethel, and we'll put her inside Obina. Okay. Okay, Bethel. Guys. Bethel, I'm sorry. We'll create Toby instead. So let's you guys should try and do that. I want to watch you guys do that. So create a file called Bethel. Guys, now what error are you seeing? Oh, what did I start now? You guys are not serious. Okay, so in the next 1 minute, let's do that. 1 minute.
Are we creating another file?
Yes, you are creating another file.
Inside source, right?
Sorry, yes, inside your source.
Okay.
So we are creating a new file. Then you put anything inside that new file. You are basically creating almost the same. So you can copy what is in Obina and change the name. You get?
Okay.
So you create a new file here, copy what's inside Obina, then put the name of the file inside here. I gave 1 minute for that. You have 30 seconds left. Have I finished my work? And 10 seconds left. That's it's on you. No?
So we have to change the function name.
Yes, you are. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Was anybody able to create that?
Yes.
Done. Can I see? Let's move. Almost done. You are cheating. You are cheating. Anyways, so I'm going to go ahead and create my own. So this is basically what I asked you to do. Please, all eyes on the screen. All eyes on the screen, please.
Okay, I have the same copy of Obina is a good developer on the view right now. Based on
You know
the
what? Hello, you know what? Just
Yeah.
watch what I'm about to do and see if it's what you did. So you come inside source, you create a new file. This is toby.js, right? And I simply copy everything inside Obina here. Paste inside Toby. And then I change everything here. It's inside the Zoom this thing now. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so now inside Obina, right under Obina is a good developer. I am going to put what I am going to put Toby under that Obina is a good developer. And then I have to import Toby from Toby. Somebody help me to put on that projector. So I'm done. If you check your browser, you realize Toby is a good developer, is under Obina is a good developer.
Actually, I got that, but I didn't create I didn't call that second Toby in Toby's app.
You mean inside Obina's file?
Yeah, I didn't call it there. I call it inside the app.js.
Yeah, okay, so that works.
So I just call it under that Toby.
Under that Toby that you, under the Obina first.
Yes.
Yeah, so that works too. But what I was trying to explain is that you can nest a component inside a nested component. Okay. Do you understand? Okay. So we created Toby. This is Toby here. After creating Toby, we inserted Toby inside Obina.
Okay.
Right? Okay. And then we now inserted Obina inside app. Thank you. So app can see everybody, exactly. So even inside Toby, you can still put another component and just, so all you have to do is anywhere you want to carry your components, import it inside the bigger components.
Okay. Okay. I think
exactly. You're working with lots of components.
Okay. Okay. Just like calling a class
exactly.
inside.
So rather than have multiple HTML pages, you have plenty JS files, right? but still one HTML page. Thank you. So that's why they call it a single page application. You get. So we'll do the last exercise for the day, and then I'll give you guys resources where you can learn. No, like what we'll do together. Something we'll do together. So remember when we were talking about, so are we on the same page now, guys? Hey, sorry, what are you seeing? What are you seeing in your console? What's your console? Bethel, can you please help him look into the console? Yes. What's console telling you? Sorry. So if he's telling you cannot find it, that means you didn't import it well. Sorry, please. Yes, I am very. Sorry, let me see. So he's saying cannot find o.js, blah, 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 blah. You see, you named it app. This should be on. This should be on Morada. So save this. After saving it, you should have so this one.
Why are you importing this? You cannot work.
So let's go easy on this. Importing inside, importing outside.
What a guy like you inside you.
So corresponding name on this. Don't worry about that. Are you importing anywhere else? Yes, this is real. Yes, it is that simple. Though there are still some other complex things, but at least this is the basics. Yes, exactly. No, you don't. So you saw the problem now. You didn't create more. Okay, so guys, since we are all on the same page now, I believe we all have our grain, right? Compiled successfully. Okay, so now we want to talk about props. Remember in my slides earlier, I showed you something called props and states, right? Yeah, so props is a way to pass, what's it called? Info, data into the children element. So now, app is a parent element. Obina is a child element. Do you understand? And then Toby is a child element inside Obina. Do you get basics? So imagine if I want Obina to be, okay, so this is the major topic, but then I want this Obina element to be the subtopic, and I want to be able to call it elsewhere. So what I will come and do is pass the name as a prop. Do you understand? Okay, just watch what I'm about to do. So how am I putting S? Is it zoomed in? It's not zoomed in. You want me to zoom in? Is it better now? Okay, so now all I have to do is, please, I'm from Ibadan too. Thank you. I mean, I stay in Ibadan. We went to the same school. Excuse me. What was that? Okay, so really unnecessary pride. So as you can see here, it lacks something. I've removed the name Obina because I want to dynamically impute it from the parent app. So I'm going to say name. Why do I keep writing S? Name should be Wale. Let's see if that works. Okay, so starting from the beginning again. Now, wait, for what props? Okay, so what I just did is I just inserted something called props. So a prop is props. The word prop is properties, right? Are we listening? The word prop is property, and it is an object that holds certain values that you want to pass. I can come and do this rather than destructure it here. I can do props. It's just like your function taking arguments. And then I come inside here and do props dot name. Do you understand? This still works. So imagine you calling a function and you want that function to, you want to pass something into that function. The function takes an argument. So this function Obina takes this as an argument. That means wherever I want to call it, I should pass in the argument called props. So, but in this case, we call them props, not arguments. Do you understand? And the way we put them is, we put them as attributes inside where you are calling it. Yeah.
Why do you write it?
So, because I said props is an object that holds all the values you want to pass.
So the way you gave it,
Yeah.
when you want to replace it,
I use the name here. Yes. So when your React is reading it, once it sees this, it automatically knows it's a prop.
The other one, it said, okay, you destructure it. That's why you have
Yes,
to answer.
yeah, exactly. So I can decide to destructure these props. Uncle Obina, E-Money just posted the photo. Yes. Okay, so I can also do this. I can also do this. Maybe I put another, let's say H6, and I say props dot training, props dot training is the name of my tutorial center. So that means whenever I'm using this Ubina component, I have to put training here. So I'll say training is equal to student. There's no problem. It just won't display. But there are cases where you make it a compulsory thing.
Like just calling it and setting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I said it's the last one. So as you can see here, student was automatically added to that thing. So sometimes functional components like that are created as skeletons. Like okay, 49%. So sometimes functional components are created like this as skeletons. You just say props of this, props of that, props of this, so that wherever you are calling it, you just keep imputing the kind of data you want to use. Do you get what I'm saying? So let's do some core programming. Let's do some core programming. So imagine that inside this, I create an array, const r is equal to an array of objects. Let me make this object, what did we do earlier? Name and training, right? So I say name is, what's your name again? Opeyemi, and training is interswitch. So imagine if we have large data like this. So, and we change this to Bethel and this to, let's say, Lagos. We change this to Ibadan and we change name to Toby. So now here, we want to dynamically create this Obina components for every entry inside this array. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me explain again. So imagine you were given this array of objects, and they said that, look, under this header, we want Obina to be put here, that Obina component. And we want each of that Obina components to carry this and that, this and that. Do you understand? So how do you do that? This is how to achieve that. So you simply come here, you open your curly braces. Whenever you do this inside the return block, inside this return block, it means you want to execute something. So I simply say r dot, you know this dot map on an array. You know what it does, right? Yeah, so app dot map, you put r, r, so that underscore r will represent each object, the iterator, thank you. Yeah, so we are returning this. So we basically just bring Obina in here. Man, oh God. Obina's, oh, come on. Okay, so we put this as this underscore r dot, that means the current iterator dot name, and then the current iterator dot training. I hope I'm not confusing you. Training. Okay, so what are we doing wrongly? Somebody please tell me. Nope. Nope. Exactly. But saw an expression. Look at the line is telling us, line 13, line 19 rather. Yeah. So imagine if I did this, return this. Do you understand? It's a function. It has to return something, right?
Okay.
So let's check our view. Do you get what just happened? Let's go back to the code again. So immediately after Obina is a great man, we tried to render this. Okay, let's remove Toby for now. So he tried to render this. The exact number of times we have this info. So that means we will see three things, three Obinas created. Yes, Ibadan, and then exactly. So that's what's happening here. So the first object inside the array, we had Opayemi and we had Interswitch, right? For the second one, we had Toby and we had Ibadan. The third one, we had Bethel and we had Lagos. So whenever you go to, sorry, we might want to open Facebook. Is your Facebook logged in here? Bros, you're a great man. You are using Mozilla. Try. Every other person I know uses Chrome. Actually, Chrome, to me, Chrome is the best. Actually, Mozilla is awesome, but Chrome has a lot of developer things that help you. Okay, so this page just loaded. So now imagine that we just searched for. So imagine we want to search for Bethel. Hey, no. Stop showing us faith and Chisoba. Finally. So that's to show you that. So that long wait time is to show you how heavy this page is. The number of things it had to load and what happened now. That's to show you the number of things it had to load. Now imagine that for every click, it has to load the entire page. You will sleep there exactly. So now we want to search for Bethel, and we hit. Man, this thing is slow. Is your Facebook logged in here? Man, this thing is slow. I'm so sorry. It's been a long time since I used anything this. For those of you that think PHP has phased out, can you see what just loaded? Yes, but this is a mobile. You can see this M dot. So there are several things that they use because they want to optimize their page as. Please, that's beside the point here. Please. So I want to load the real. Oh man. Let's see if Mozilla has loaded. You kidding me? I'm searching for somebody's name. Thank you, finally. Yeah, so basically, you can see the similarities between these components. Do you understand what just happened? So basically what they did is, they already have this as a skeleton.
Ah. Please, I can't hear you anymore. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Please, I can't hear you guys anymore. I can't hear you anymore. I can't hear you anymore. I can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. Can anybody hear me?
Wait, he's trying to connect. His phone is dead. He's trying to connect to the laptop. Just wait a bit.
Okay, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's back, right?
Okay.
Sorry about that, Joseph. My phone died and I could not.
Yeah. I think I missed some steps before you got to this point.
Okay, so let's search for Bethel here. So as you can see, this call was made.
Yeah.
Facebook. Too protective. You can't even intercept their calls. They're very protective. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're using GraphQL. Okay. I guess we can't intercept it. But what I'm saying is this entire details here, the farm, the meter Bethel, the Yeze Bethel, the Osueke Bethel, they all return as an array of objects. Do you understand? So inside the object, the current iterator, farm Bethel, it will probably have image, a link to this image, then name this, school this, and so when React runs it, it puts each of them where they're supposed to be. So this is probably one element. Do you get? So that is exactly what we have done inside this place.
Okay.
So imagine if we had 20 of these. All we have to do is call Obina once here. Iterate over Obina, over this array. And then apply every of those things inside it here. As against naming Obina 1, 2, 3, 20 times. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So this is how to get your code modularized, to get it well optimized in such a way that you don't have to repeat yourself over and over. So that's basically what we do in React. Yes, of course, there's still the part of state management, but there's no time. I will plead with Okwe to probably give me another day where I can have either have a Zoom session or coming. Yeah, so oh no, he's on leave. So you all can please tell her to fix it with me. But is she online? Oh, she's been hearing all our gist and everything. Next week. My leave is just a week.
All this one day is just a
See, that 1 week, I had to sit down with my manager and negotiate. Like, sir, I need time to rest. Okay, you can't go for 2 weeks. I need you here. Okay, you know what? Let's do 5 working days. Deal. No, it's not like when you're good, but when you are instrumental in several projects, you understand? It's like you're holding them at stake. Like, guys, hold on. Let me go and rest more. I'm coming back. No, everybody in my team holds one important role in the other. That's the essence of teamwork. You are reliant on the other person. So if I write all my code, currently one of our QAs in my team just put to bed. And every project she has been assigned to has to wait. Or someone else takes over. So that's what they call teamwork.
What if you get the better than most?
Yeah, so that happens a lot. Now, when that happens, you make sure that your code is readable, such a way that the person coming in to replace you must be able to read what you've written and tell you. So that is actually one of the biggest headache of developers, because I get employed, they put me on the project, and I download the code, and I'm like, what did this person write? So, in order for somebody not to say, what did this person write to your code, make it as legible as possible, and make sure you give little comments. Not notes. I mean, just explain. This guy is nice notes. Not like non-group.
Boss, please, can I see code 20?
And
Under
there's
app
something we call readme.
You want to see code 20?
There's something we call
under app.js.
inside it comes with that.
Somebody online wants to see
Code 20 under app.js.
Oh, okay, let's close this.
Okay.
Let's say it now.
Yes.
Okay, so as I was saying, there's something called readme, so that whenever you download anybody's project, the first thing you look for is readme. If it has readme. So if you go to readme, this is where you can put instruction and say, you know what, this project, if you want to start it, this is how you start it. This is how. So this is default readme from React. You know, explaining things that you can do if you want to do it. So I can come here and say, bros, if you know you want to reach next year, don't touch this so part of this code. So, like you said, the name is catchy. Once you enter everywhere and you say read me, let me read it too. So that's the whole idea. So you can leave instructions here and also leave short comments inside. In fact, you can put a comment here and say, go to section 4 of the readme. And then the person goes to readme. And then you go and put all those notes you want to write. So, guys, I hope with these few points of mine, you'll be able to convince and not confuse you that React is a simple framework. So, as an assignment, I want you to write an app, a React app. I want you to write a React app. Okay, so I want you to write a React app that displays this exact same thing, but then you iterate over an array of everybody in this class. Everybody in this class, yes.
Sorry, because we define the array of everybody of the people inside the app.js, that's why we can put Obina inside of it.
Yes. So I'm mapping over that array, and then I'm inserting each object inside this Obina component. So what this thing is doing is creating this for the first object in the array, creates it for the second, creates it. So it's creating it for every. So this is the single iterator. So for the first one, it's saying first one name, first one training. It goes again. Second one name, second one. So it creates, it returns this.
So the only thing we need to do in the Obina component is what now?
You're not doing anything.
You're not doing anything.
All you are doing is you are creating another app, and then you have your app and you have Obina as usual, and your array and training has to be okay. So rather than do training, please do address. Do you get? So that means I need an array of name and address, and then the text in your Obina should be. Let me see. Name is a good developer, and blah 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 is my address. Do you understand? We all understand, right?
Understood.
Good.
Please, I have a
Everybody in
question
this
before you
class,
go.
including those that are online. There's a way to get that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, please, I have a question.
This has been fun. Thank you so much, guys, for having me. And I'm so sorry for taking so much time.
I have a question. Oh.
It's not even with me. Yeah, so.
I have a question. Oh.
Somebody has a question. Somebody has a question. Please, what's the question?
Yeah, for that code, that code 2 under Obina, why do you have it comment out?
I'm listening. No.
Yeah, code number 2, line 2.
Wait, listen, this is something another thing next week. Yes.
Hello. Hello. Please, can you hear me?
Somebody is talking. No. So what's the person saying, please?
Please, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, code number line 2 and 8 and 9, sorry. 2 and 9. Why do we have it commented out?
What line where?
2 and 9.
Somebody's talking. Sorry, can you repeat yourself?
Under Obina.js.
Hey, guys, please. Sorry, can you come again?
Okay, under Obina.js. Line 2,
yes.
Line 2 and code 9.
Line 2
and 9.
And line 9. Yes, I commented that out.
Oh, I want to know why, please.
Oh, no. It's not for any reason. I just took it out. I didn't want it to appear in the view.
Okay.
So you can see what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
You can just delete it. It's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, so that's it, guys. I'm tired and I'm hungry. Sorry. So I'll discuss with Okwe and we'll fix it. Most likely next week. So my username on Twitter is Ayowole Adenuga. You can
Ayowole underscore.
Ayowole, not Wale. Whether on what? is Adenuga. So so I will neither confirm nor deny that. Because of public safety.
Please, what is easy access to contact you?
Ayowole Adenuga. My name Adenuga. I've actually connected with you. Really? Yes. I don't think so. On LinkedIn? Yes. I accept all my requests. Let me check it out. Some of my style is having connected with all your industry people. Oh. If they will have by the way, I studied zoology.